All right. All right. Let's race. That was an extremely long light. And my car didn't seem to work at all on that pass. A weird pass to start the night. What's going on, Ghost? Hope you're doing good over there. Doing pretty good over here. Probably be a pretty quiet night tonight for the weekend. Yeah, I did a little fishing. Haven't gone fishing in a little while. Not really the best choice for where I went fishing, but it's pretty much waiting for the weather to break. The hot summer isn't typically really a good time to fish, so if it cools down a bit, it should improve. We're only into July, so we'll see how that goes. See if we do some more fishing. I also wanted to try and make it up to the tracks at some point. I don't know if I'll be making a video up there or anything, but have to see how it goes. So I was kind of thinking about today, just kind of going through all the cars and just kind of showing what they run. If anyone's interested in finding out what all these cars are capable of running, because if you're just racing lobbies, you're going to see a lot of the same cars out there. You're not going to see the majority of the cars out there racing, because most people are just going to bring the fastest cars out there. So I mean, I pretty much do that anyway. I race a lot of different ones, but I was just kind of go through. At least that's what I was thinking about doing. I'm gonna kind of try to do it in order of like the fastest on down. So if you're going to do that, it's going to be the Lambo, the Metacar. So we're starting out with this. Didn't get a very good tree there. Looks like my engine is about to break here. See how fast my Lambo is, so got some lag there. Yeah, my game's just totally lagging out right now. That's probably why I didn't get a very good pass. I'll have to see if it clears up. I think that was a cleaner pass. We only got the 44 though. Just see if we can get a strong pass with this, and then we'll probably move on to the next car. I may take out my other one just to get a good pass. Kind of mediocre passes here, but typically the Lambo will break into the 5.3s. Just doesn't seem to be able to do it right now. It's fairly close. Seems like I'm getting good shifts and good launches here. It just doesn't seem to be on target here. But I don't want to. I don't want to sit here and spend all night trying to get a monster pass with it. So we'll just try this other one real quick. I'm guessing that there's not a heck of a lot of people in the game right now, so why is my music not playing? See how loud that music is going to be when it gets rolling here. I can't seem to find the right spot in between being too loud and too soft. Let's see if we get some Lambos jumping in on our races, or what happens. Well, we got Redneck in the Box Nova. Car didn't launch right at all. Got a horrible RT. Horrible time. I think your cars are the best when there's a good number of people on the game, but not too many, and not too little amount of people on the game. From what I've seen, could be a total coincidence, but that's just what it seems like in my experience. I was a little early in second gear in that one. This car just doesn't seem to want to break 543 for some reason. What's going on, guys, on YouTube? I was just actually planning on running through the cars, like from top to bottom, from fastest to slowest, basically, today. Pretty good day. Can't complain. Those are a little better shifts. All right, so we got a good one there. We got the 540. So that's pretty much what you can expect out of the Lambo, but it will dip into the 5.3s as well. And of course you'll get a HK for that, so that's an automatic loss. And he just left, so That could wreck my run. I got good shifts there. And there's that 43 again, which seemed like what we are stuck on. Yeah, how's your guys' days going over there? Alright, so we're gonna move on now. I think, in my opinion, the next fastest car is the Audi wagon, because it will hit, I think it'll hit like 46 a little more frequently than say some of the other cars that are close to that. And it's really consistent in the 5.4s. I don't really want to race that motorcycle. I'll just put this out there and see what we get. And this setup in particular, in this Audi wagon with the 24s, with the jacked up in the back, seems to be a little more consistently close to the mid 5.4s. So that's why I'm just gonna kind of pick this car as the number 2 car. So we'll see how that does. But I mean, it could be any number of maybe 3 cars, you know, depending on how good your car is. Let's see, we got a 47 right off the bat in this thing. And this setup here, I like to shift it, that first gear, a bit early. I'm actually going through the cars, kind of like a rating type thing right now. Let me turn this down because this motorcycle is going to blast me. I could possibly get to the Thunderbird a little bit later. What's going on, Colton? Hayden? Welcome to the stream. Got that early shift off. Got the 47 again. Yeah, I guess if you want to run T-Birds for a little bit, we can do that. I can jump in that for a bit. I think this is what was a really quick tune that I put together. So May not be like the fastest T-Bird out there, but I mean the T-Bird will run mid 5.5, so I'm calling that like a tier 2 car. Below the cars that will get close to 5.4, I run 5.4. Well, do we have are there two Coltons out there right now? I'm not sure how to pronounce the one with the K. Okay, I'm gonna jump in that second code first. Because he was asking for the run first, and then I'll get to the. If you want me to run against your Porsche, I can do that. I gotta turn my volume back up. Hopefully that's not too loud. I didn't get very good shifts on that. So we only got a 560. We can go again on that if you want. This car will just get into the 5.5s. I can always go back to this car, just kind of. GG. Alright, so I'm going to drop this down to 10K, I think. Let's see, this is a blower car. Oh, it is a blower car, good. So then I can run this without worrying about having a Lambo jump in here. Yeah, so if Hayden, if you want to run that Porsche, Hayden, if you want to drop another code in there, I can grab that. It looks like a pretty quiet night out there, so I just want to kind of try and keep on the what I was doing before. I might have to take it off blower car just to get somebody in here. Might have to do that. Okay, let me get out of that. 2016. Right. Okay, here we go. We got the Porsche with the fish on the front. See if I can get a good pass out of the T-Bird. Oh, 1,000 foot? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. The T-Bird will definitely 60 foot. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to, okay, so we saw the Audi wagon. Now we're gonna go with the Camaro, which is, I would say, the next car in line as far as overall fastest after the Lambo and the Audi wagon. But the Audi wagon, the Camaro, and then I would say the Nissan Z are all kind of running neck and neck for that, probably that second, third, and fourth spot behind the Lambo. Yeah, GG's Hayden. And if you guys want to race against the car that I'm currently using, you can definitely drop a code and I'll jump in. But I'm just kind of going through the cars. Jump in this NT race. It's always interesting jumping in an NT race, so have to see how this goes. So let's see if we can get a good 5.4 out of this. Get a 49. Okay, he wants to go again. Okay, you have to give me a second there. We're just gonna finish up with this guy here. My game is kind of laggy right now. I don't know why. Hopefully it'll clear up. Yeah, that was kind of a slow pass for the Camaro. Now you're making a jacked up Audi. Okay, I'll try and jump in this code here. I don't know what that means, Hayden. What does that mean? Okay, we got the Camaro and the Camaro. I missed the shifts on that. GG's. Yeah, we can go again. See if I can get this thing to put down a decent pass. Okay, 48. We'll take that. So that'll put that car down for I'd say kind of a tie between the top four, between 2, 3, and 4 after the Lambo. I'm on Android. Okay, so next we're gonna take out our Nissan Z, because that's gonna be the next car. In that top 4 slot. So we have the Lambo, and then between the Z28 Camaro, this, and the Audi wagon are pretty much the top cars. So let's see if we can get a race here. Looks like we just happened to get another Nissan. Same paint. So this car will get close to a mid 5.4. If it gets a good launch, which it didn't there. Was that the guy I raced before? I'll race that even though I know it's a Lambo. This car is going to be more erratic of the 3 next cars in line for the number 2, 3, and 4 spots. But if it runs right, it's definitely up there with those other 2 cars. See, we got a 487, so that's a pretty good pass for that. Of course, he wants to race again because he's in the Lambo, which is the number 1 car by a lot. Okay, 0767. Okay, just give me 1 second here. So we got the Nissan Z. Oh, you've got the ET Streets. So we definitely have a big advantage here with the tires. That would, what was that, 1,000? Yeah, you try to keep them at quarter if you can on these races, because I really have no idea. Yeah, it seems like trees are a little bit off right now. GG's. Well, sorry, I didn't catch the replay. If you want to run it back, we can run it back again if you want to drop another code. So we got the boss. After this race, if you want to put a code up there. My cars don't appear to be particularly super fast right now, but maybe the track will get a little better as the night progresses. He doesn't want to stage first. Let's see what kind of pass we got there. There we go. That's a big pass for this car. That because you can hit passes like this in this, even though it's not as going to be as consistent, because you really have to get that good launch to get it. I would almost put this car as the number 2 car. See, I didn't get much wheelie there. They managed to stay under control. So if you can get that, for some reason my trees aren't there tonight. I don't know why. But that's definitely, again, I think is gonna probably boost that car in the ratings. But it's not going to hit that every time. Yeah, I'll try to remember to watch that replay. Let's see if I can get a good hit on this, like I did on that last one. I mean, that was almost a 45, a 460. So. Yeah, 474, that's a real solid pass for this. So we're looking at the replay. Let's see what we're looking for. The wheelie and the ET streets. Yeah, you definitely got to get that car down. Because this car has can be really erratic on the starting line. It's either going to get some lift or it's going to get a lot of spin. But if it gets a launch in between, it's going to be really quick, like this pass here. So good race there. Of course, you get the ET streets. So good race there. So then, so far we have the Lambo, the Nissan Z, the Audi wagon, and the Camaro in our rankings. Now let's see. What the next car that would kind of be considered the number 5 spot. And once we get to a certain point, there's going to be a lot of these cars that are kind of all bunched together. So this might actually not last as long as... So I think what we're going to take next because this is a car that I get a lot of 5.4 in, is the Superbird, the big beast. So if you want, I can jump in that code with this. Hopefully that's a quarter-mile race. Okay, yeah, it does say what the race is. You want to race Camaros? Gray Gulls. Okay, I can get you in a second, but I'm kind of doing a thing tonight. Kind of ranking the cars. So we're in the number 5 spot. Now I'm also kind of basing it on, I'll try to base it on also on what I've seen out there as far as what other people are running too. Let's see what we got. That didn't quite live up to its expectations. Let's see if we can get it this time. Seemed like a pretty clean pass. You want me to give you a head start in your Divox? Okay. I think I got good shifts there. We're getting closer. 551. He's got the big Charger. And I've got the extended version, pretty much, of the car that he's using. Another 51. Can't seem to hit that 5.4, but it'll definitely hit it. Gray Ghost, you want to race? You want to race my Superbird? Let me know, because I'm in the Superbird right now. take out my, we can race Camaros too, because I'm gonna Divx, what am I thinking? Divx. I'm gonna take out my fast Divx car. Okay, now you're claiming your car is not that fast, so it's kind of hard to give someone a hit in this thing because these cars are so crazy fast. And basically, it's a blink of an eye to give someone a hit in this. I didn't get very good shifts there. Still got the 46. I gave you a good, pretty good head start there though, 0.2. And your car ran, what, a 4.7? The other thing about giving someone the hit is it really throws off your first shift. Kind of, it really throws off your timing. I think I got better shifts on that one. 43. Yeah, see your tree, because of your tree is not there. I'll give you one more shot. I'll try to give you a little more breathing room. I really like this Willys car though. I like it because it kind of looks normal without the front clip. It kind of looks like it's supposed to be like that, like it's like a hot rod type car with the stacks and stuff. Yeah, I gave you way too much on that one. I hesitated way too much, and you got a better RT. I gave you a half second on that one. That's fine. You got one. Good races. Yeah, that's something that that's like another feature that they could have easily added to this game to make it more interesting, would be to give someone the back tire. You know, could make for some interesting races and kind of even it up among people that are a little, you know, unequal. Because I mean, back tire, that's going to give you like around a car length, which I don't know what that equates to. It might equate to something like 0.05 in the quarter or something like that. But that's just kind of a little timeout from my ranking. All right, Hayden. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, you mind if we do your Camaro versus my Superbird, Grey Ghost? And I can get back to the Superbird and try to get the 5.4, and when we'll put this. I mean, I think there are people. I think the Box Nova and there's another car in there that will run an occasional 5.4 of the NA cars, but I can't think of what it is right now. That could possibly, yeah, if you want to just drop a code, Ghost. You know what my car runs. It's gonna be in the low fives, or maybe a 5.449. So if you want to bring your Camaro, that's fine. My Camaro isn't as consistent for me. Well, 20K you're after that money, huh? Okay, you need to line up here, sir. Maybe he didn't connect, but he made it to the burnout box. Usually, if you don't connect, you're not going to make it that far. With the John Force burnout. Let's see if I can get a good pass on this. Get a good race here. His car disappeared in smoke. No, seem like we're stuck on 51 there. I don't know how you got the DQ and you're still here. Or maybe he wasn't. Alright guys, so like I said, we're kind of running through these cars top to bottom. So if you want to race in the car I'm in, drop a code and Pro Tree quarter. He blew his engine. Can't be blowing your engine. Let's see if we can get a 5.4 out of this. Somehow I always get this song into my playlist. that's a good sign. 52. All right, but I think we're gonna get out of this car for now. But we're gonna keep this one at the number 5 rank, I think. So now, and we're still gonna be up into the cars that are low 5.5 with occasional 5.4. So that's going to be if we can find it. So that's going to be either like the box, the Superbird, or I thought there was another car, but I can't think of what it. Maybe I'm thinking of the Maverick. I guess I'm thinking of the Maverick. Once we get past this point, though, it's going to be a lot of cars kind of bunched together. Okay, let's grab the Maverick. So next we'll try the box Nova for the number 6 spot. It doesn't look like there's a heck of a lot going on here, so we're gonna have to keep putting up races here. I think it's kind of between the Superbird and the box Nova for the number 5 and 6 spots. And the box actually used to be a mid 5.4 car before they nerfed it, so it would have been a lot higher up. But apparently they didn't like that. I messed up my stage. .551. So it's right there on the borderline of hitting a 5.4. But I would say usually it's around 551 for the best pass in that. You want to race my fast dragster? Yeah, I think we can squeeze that in. So right now we're in the around the 5, maybe the 5, 6, 7 rating cars between the Superbird, the box, and I'd even throw the Maverick in there too. Especially because I just tweaked mine a little bit and it seemed like it got a little better. But we're going to take a brief break from this. Then we're going to go to the dragster division. Whenever Mr. Ghost is ready. This music, I can't seem to get it at the right volume. So we're racing the super fast dragsters. See, they got the blinking engine. That tells you right there. Forgot to purge. I have to remember how to shift this. Yeah, I gotta get the first a lot quicker on that. Because this one goes up in first gear a little quicker than the DivX does. And if you can hit that, you're pretty much off to the races. This is going to be a fast pass. 411. I was expecting to be faster. Maybe I need to hit first earlier in this car. But not too early, like I did before. There we go. We got into the 4-0 territory. Because I think you need to hit this car earlier in first, in that 8,500 range, maybe even earlier, because it gets through that first gear pretty quick. I was way early on that one. I got a lot of grip on that. We still got a 408 though. You definitely need to get a 60 in the 5s in this car though. I'm trying to hit this first gear somewhere in the 8K area. You have to hit the rest of the gears good too. We shaved a little off there with the 406. Alright, good races there, Mr. Ghost. I'm pretty sure I've ran a 3.9 in that car before, though, but I haven't really tuned on it for a long time, so it's been pretty much the same. Okay, so let's go back to our rankings here. We're going to get back in the box Nova. Unfortunately, I haven't hit a 5.4 in any of these cars that are sometimes in the 5.4s. That's why I'm putting them up in the what was I saying? Like in the 5, 6, and 7 spot. 4. And those are going to be the cars that'll usually low 5.5 for you pretty consistently. A little off on the shifts there. 52. But it's definitely going to be in that low 5 range if you get a good pass. And that the 60s are going to be in that low 8 range. And that's what gets you those low 5.5s in these NAs. Yeah, the dragster is crazy fast. Really a 4.0 in a car in the quarter is something, would be something like a nitro car would run, because the nitro dragsters are usually around like the 370, 80 in the 1,000, because they only run 1,000 now. And then the funny cars are, I believe they're in the 389. So that's kind of like what those cars are, really. And I could is that car still out here? We're going to run this in the 1,000 because I'm curious. I won't get through all the gears. We'll see what it does in the 1,000. I just got into 6th. No, that's actually not even comparable to a nitro car in the 1,000. Even though it only gets up to 300. So it's almost like a nitro car in the quarter. All right, so now we're going to jump in the Maverick for these number 5, 6, and 7 slots. Looks like the lobby pretty slow, pretty quiet night tonight. But that was kind of my plan tonight, to kind of have a chill kind of evening. I'm kind of running through these cars. So this car is definitely going to be in the low 5.5s. I just barely staged. We're going to chase him down. There we go, 551. So I think I actually made this car even more consistently low 5.5. But I think it more inconsistently. I think it will run a 5.4 occasionally, but I think I would rather go with the consistency, because then, you know, it might run a 5.4 sometimes, but then it all of a sudden it's going to run like a close to a mid 5.5. So I'd rather have it down in the low 5.5s consistently. And that's going to keep you competitive. So that's those are going to be kind of a toss-up. Though I would say since what I did with the Maverick, I would say it's going to be, this car is 5, this car is 6, and this car is 7. So we got Lambo, Nissan, Audi wagon, and then Camaro, and then Superbird, Maverick, box. But this is going to vary for people, though. They're going to have, you know, they may have a better box Nova than me. So these three are kind of, it's going to vary person to person probably. But they're going to be right there. So then the next car, I almost forgot about. I think I'm going to go with the Boss. I mean, I was actually doing a little tuning on this recently. Yeah, there's no one in the lobby at all, so we're definitely open for some codes. If anyone's interested out there. Because no one's putting up anything in the lobby. But more people may come later. Looks like we're holding our number 2 spot with 2 hours left. Though there aren't a lot of big names in here. I'd say there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, 7. maybe 7 to 10 people. But there's a lot more people that are capable of the 5.3s. You know, that's going to be all Lambo. So let's see if we can get a race with the boss. So this is going to be our number 8 car, I think. Depending, because this is a pretty consistent low 5.5 car. Less consistent than I would say the other 3 above it. We got the Lambo. But it should definitely get under like a 54 pretty regularly, more like in the 53 and below. I didn't get my shifts at all there, so that was not a good, probably because he was yellow bar and looks like he was laggy all over the tree. It looked like it totally threw off my car there. So we'll see if we can get a cleaner pass on this to put this in our number 7 spot. Probably been easier just to do this on the practice track. I think this is the same car we raced before. So let's see if we can get this first shift off. It's really important in this car. I was not paying attention there. He wants to get out of there right away because he knows. I think he knows he got lucky there. No one's putting up any races tonight. They kind of put up a post on the New Limit Facebook page about the Lambo being much faster than we expected or something like that. But there's still no solid word of what they're actually planning on doing about it. But I actually put up a message saying, why don't you just leave it? Because there's always going to be a meta car that everyone uses. We got better shifts that time. Unfortunately, he left. So that's going to mess up our pass. But that's a decent pass for this, but it will definitely get into the 52s. But I think this car, at least for me, is tougher to get into the 51 range. So that's why this one is going to be sitting in that number 8 spot. But yeah, so like I was saying about the Lambo, so let's say you nerf the Lambo. Depending on how far you nerf it, if they can get it competitive with like the mid to high 5.4 cars, that would probably be fine, because then there would be, more cars competitive there. If they nerf it all the way into the 5.5s, to me that's kind of worthless, because no one races cars that run 5, that are doing worse than low 5.5s. So if it's not at least there, no one is going to use it. So then you're going to have a brand new car that just came out that no one will use, and they'll go right back to the Camaro and the Audi wagon and the other NA cars that were buffed, that can get a 5.4. And you already have like the McLaren, the Ferrari, and the GT, which are pretty much useless as far as competing with anything in the top tier, or even tier 2 cars, really, because they can't 60 foot at all. Their 60 foot is in the high 8 to 9, and you have to put bars on them to do that, which is kind of crazy for a supercar. So to me, those are the cars that need to be fixed. The what is the other car that they added? The R8. I would say the R8 is okay. No one uses it, but it's in that low 5.5, possibly 5.4 range, that people will probably use more. If you were to nerf the Lambo, you might see more of those. So, but like I was saying, for the Lambo, why not just make a supercar class? Let people have fun with it. Try to hit 5.3s, since it's new, and fix the other supercars. Maybe some of those can get into the 5.4s, and just kind of even out that top layer. And there's a lot of these other cars that were buffed. Like I could pull one up randomly. I just passed one, but like a car like this is buffed, but it only runs mid 5.5s. So no one's gonna really take these cars out when you have cars low 5.5s to 5.4s. So these cars, there's probably at least 10 of these that could be buffed, rebuffed, to get into that low 5.5 range, at least. And that would bunch up the cars a lot more. Since they seem to be able to do this quite easily, they could have easily tweaked it a little bit more, and it would have been a low 5.5 car. So, and there's quite a number of these. This car, the Fox body, the Elko, this car, the Chevelle, the Monty, this car. I just happen to have them all here. The 57 is still barely in that low 5.5 range. This car this car, Gremlin. You know, but when you have someone taking out like Superbirds and Camaros and Nissans and Audis and obviously Lambos, people don't want to take out those other cars versus this stuff. So the boss, was this our number 8 car? Let's see if we can get a little better pass with this. Seems to be the only race in town, so we'll take this. Oh, he's on 10.5. I didn't realize that. I thought that was going to be an import or something. Yeah, see, that was not a good pass for this. Because that is not not as consistent for me as the other cars that I put in the 5, 6, 7 slot. So we got the Camaro. We got the red. So we got the 54. But we're going to dip out of this because we're going to move on here to our next car that I'm going to pick. I kind of think I have one in mind for what I'm going to pick for number 9. Actually, this car. So we're going to take this, and we're going to take this, and can't seem to find my. Did I pass up my one Porsche? We'll just take the big wheel Porsche out, and then we're going to take another import. Which is this. And then the last car we're going to take out is the Skyline. So now this is going to be a real close bunch of cars here. But for me, So we were on number 9, right? We got Lambo, Camaro, Nissan, Audi, Superbird, Maverick, Box, Boss. So this will be my number 9 pick, it looks like. See if I forgot anything. So for the 9 pick, I'm going to take the Evo. Although a lot of these imports like Evo, Eclipse, Porsche, and even this new one, the R8, are going to be cars that I would say they can be pretty consistent low 5s. But as far as something that's going to hit 5.4s occasionally, which would kind of put it up into the higher ranks, but I would say it's a lot more rare to hit a 5.4 in like an Evo or this, or something like the Porsche or this, in my experience. So these are going to be like the 9, 10, 11, 12, and then probably Skyline is going to be 13. But this is also a car that's capable of low 5.5s. So it's going to be very close with those NA cars. But I just kept all the NA cars together before I moved to all these imports. So we're going to take this car, we're going to put this car at number 9. We'll race this guy real quick. Oh, that was the same guy in that Camaro. I think he was around a 5.5. I mean, the import cars used to be the 5.4 Meta, but they all either broke or got nerfed. I got really good shifts on that, but we only got the 54. For some reason the 60 wasn't there. But these imports will definitely be competitive with cars that are in the low 5.5 range. Got pretty good shifts there too. There we go. And see, that's why I'm going to put this car at number 9. Because it will get occasional passes like that. Now the Porsche will actually do similar numbers to this. Yeah, see this guy, that was another solid pass too. he definitely treated me pretty good there. I was kind of worried for a second there, but then he wasn't able to close the distance in the end, because I was lucky that my car pulled off another 550, and that car will definitely 5.4 occasionally. So, but it's I'm keeping it in this kind of import group of cars after the NA cars, even though this car could really be ranked higher. I would say if it was more consistently in those low 5.5s compared to the like the Maverick and the Superbird. I mean, because I could even probably put this car above the Boss. But I'm just gonna kind of leave it in this import group. And the tire size, that's also going to be a big factor for people. So then next, I think this might be my number 10 car, because it's okay. We got Lambo, Camaro, Audi, Nissan, Superbird, Maverick, Boss Box, and then the imports. Then we go to the Audi, and then we're gonna take this R8. I was gonna take that race. Now for me, I'm still not really sure about the shifts on this thing, but I have run 5.4 in this car. But normally I'm in the low 5.5s if I do get the shifts right. So that's why I'm putting it here in this number 10 spot. Let's see if we can get a race here. So we got Evo, but he's not in an Evo. But the problem I have with my car, with my R8, is that sometimes first gear is fast and sometimes it's slow. So I have to try and react. He just left. That light was kind of weird. I don't know what happened there. But you see, we got a 51 out of this. I thought I was gonna be late on that light, but for some reason he just left. And that time it seemed like first gear was kind of slow. Sometimes it just jumps. You know, the tach just goes right up to 9. See, that was a little quicker first gear, and that cost me a couple of hundredths on the time there. Because it seems like you really need to get that car early before 9,000. I don't think I'm gonna jump in on that loud ass bike right now. We'll jump in on this NA car, I think. See, now we got the big boat. So this is a pretty good matchup here. The faster NA cars to the faster import cars. See this car. I don't know what happened to him. It's something weird. Oh, he got it. He was yellow bar. That's why. It totally threw off the whole race. This car had a really slow first gear on that one. So that's why this car is not really going to be up higher in the rankings. See, that time I got a real quick first gear. But I did get the 51. He got the 50 with the yellow bars. So, but I'm not really looking to race people with the yellow bars. It seems to be a lot of them these days. Donkey Kong. New Donkey Kong game player. So that's why this car I'm thinking is going to be number 10. And then the next car could probably be toss up between the Porsche and Eclipse. We're going to try the big wheel one with the 26s. This one is a little different shifting than the one with the tall tires and the small rims. I got pretty good shifts there. Very slow time though, because I think I need to be earlier on first. When my phone is stuck on an ad. Try this car. Though it does seem like these cars with the 26s, these imports, at least for me, are not as good as the ones with the taller tires. We'll see if we can get a race here. Got a Lambo. But I really need two. get an early first shift on this. I think a shift like that might be a little better. See, we got a 54, so that's not too bad. No, I don't think I'm gonna go for the rematch with the Lambo. See if I can get my music working again. So I think we're going to take out the other Porsche because this one here with the taller tires, with the smaller rims is going to be better. Though these cars used to be run very similar in either anything between 26 up to 29. So now we get the R8. So now it's kind of good test for the Porsche to see if to see exactly where it qualifies. '53. Well, we really need to get our first gear a little earlier on that, and that would have been a lower 5.5. We kept trying to jump in on this race. He's only racing for 5K, so maybe he's trying to catch people and get wins. So let's see if we can hit that first gear a little earlier. Yeah. We miss our shifts a little. We took out that Lambo. We got a good 60 foot though. See if he wants a rematch. But he's off the pace for a Lambo. See, those are better shifts for this car. Still just a 53. But that car will run an occasional 5.4, so that's why it's going to be up with the Evo. But these cars are going to be really close as far as really what I would rank them. So I was saying this was not, was I saying this was 9 and this was 10? because technically the Evo and the Porsche are going to be very similar, and even the Eclipse with the taller tires, which I'm not sure I have anymore. I may have gotten rid of it. We can try this just for demonstration purposes. But the NAs were all the top 8 cars, right? I was late on that 5th shift. Yeah, but see, these, for some reason, these cars with the 26s just can't, you really need the perfect shifts to get it anywhere near a low 5.5. I don't think I have the Eclipse with the tall tires, because it's basically the same car as the Porsche and the Evo. I may have dumped it, and I have extra. Of these old imports. Okay, so I think we're going to say as far as consistent low 5s and better chance of hitting 5.4, I'm going to have to go with the Evo, Porsche, Eclipse, but with tall tires, not this setup as number 9, 10, 11, and then this car is going to end up at 12, because it is low 5s and it will 5.4, but for some reason the first gear is not consistent. I don't know why. Sometimes it may just need to be tweaked, or it has the bigger rims on it. But it just seems like it's in between all the time of trying to hit the timing shift, waiting for that first to come, or it's really quick, and so you're basically just reacting, or you're anticipating. So that's pretty much where I'm going to put those. And then just to keep the imports together. But I don't think there's another NA car that's gonna be consistently better than the Skyline. And I think this on 10.5s. And And this car will even be good with a lot of different tire sizes too. You know, anything from 24 to 28 to 10 and a halves to wider tires. There's a lot of different ways you can set this up. But it will hit those low 5.5s. The 54. The trees, for some reason, are just not there. Let's see if he'll go again. So I get another test in. We'll take turbo gags in the boss. So this is actually a good matchup, really. I'm basing this really on my cars. You know, other people's cars may differ. Shifts were way off on that. Let's see if we can get a better pass out of this. So I missed a lot of gears on that. And we got this guy in the Lambo. Hopefully we can still get a good pass with this car, even though we're racing a Lambo. Maybe he'll make a mistake in red light. That was a lot closer race than I was expecting. We didn't get the low 5.5 though. And he just barely got the 5.4. But I have hit a 5.50 in this. But at the 51 is really more realistic. I missed that second gear. See, we got the 52 though. He doesn't have one of the super fast Lambos. He only beat me by a 006. We almost treed him and got him. So that's why that car is going to be up here. But I haven't really been able to 5.4 with this. In the past, people were hitting 5.4s in these, but I haven't seen anyone running 5.4s in these lately, because I think it was nerfed, or it just doesn't work as good as it used to. But it's definitely a low 5.5 car, so it's going to put it in this group here. These two are actually the same, but so that's going to be the 9 through 12 group. The 9, 10, and then 11, because those cars are basically the same. if you have the same setup, and then 12. So 9 to 12 are going to be the imports. So now we're getting down to the NA cars that are going to be a little bit slower. I don't think we'll take the T-Bird yet. We're going to take the Gremlin. We can definitely take the 57. Let's see if there's anything else I missed here. There was also this. That could be in this kind of next batch of cars here. But I haven't really been able to hit really good 5.5s in that. Let's see what else we can take here. Because this is getting down to the cars, the NA cars that are going to be very similar in the 5.5 range, in that mid 5.5 to upper 5.5 range. Even the Corvette, but I think I don't know that that's quite there. So we're just going to take, we'll take the, I'm going the wrong way here. We'll take the T-Bird. We got 2 more spots. We'll take the Impala. And we'll take the Chevelle, because I was getting some good passes in this. But the first car we're going to do is the 57 is definitely a low 5.5 car. Probably in the 52 range. So that's going to kind of put it even with the group of import cars that we just did. But it's not going to put it in that group of the higher NA cars that are in that 50, 51, 52 range all the time, and occasional 5.4 group. So it's going to be in the lower NA group. into number 13, the lucky 13 spot. So let's see what, and I'm usually putting up 52, 53, or 54 in this. It looks like this is the only guy in town here. So, but we're in these lower cars, so I can't remember if this is a turbo or a blower car, but we might have to switch to putting up blower so we can stop these Lambos from coming in. Even though we hole shot him, because he can't tree in this. But we can do a little better in this car. But for me, not consistently. But I can definitely hit 53s. 52s are pretty rare for me in this. And you don't see that many 57s out there anymore either, because they're not in that upper NA group. For some reason I keep messing up that first shift in this because it's not as quick as the, yeah, we're gonna have to go around this guy. Yeah, this is a blower car, so we're gonna keep that guy out of our race. See if there's any other NA blower cars out there. So we have leftover pizza that we can go with. But I'll have to check and see what else we have in the snack department besides something like a snack bar or something like that. So we got another 57. Let's see if we can hesitate a little bit more on that first gear, because I'm used to how some of those other ones shift. So I just messed up fourth on that one. And for some reason we were both 58. I think there was something, I think we got a bad track on that one. Let's see if he wants to go again. Usually I wait for them to ask for the re-race if they lost. Looked like we got that first shift a little better, but for some reason the time wasn't there. He got the red. They're 54. They're cars do seem like they're a little bit slow tonight, though. I think because there's really no one in the game right now. So I think we'll move on from this car. And then the next car I'm going to try is the Gremlin. I want to try and jump in some races too, just to make sure I'm getting good tracks. We can still keep the blower up there so we don't have to deal with the Lambo jumping in. But after these, I'd say after these couple cars, this next bunch of cars is going to be pretty much bunched kind of together. But I think this car is close to what the 57 can do. It's got that weird double bounce shift, and that kind of ruined the pass, but he was yellow bars, so I really don't know what that pass could have been. Anytime you race someone that's yellow bar is gonna, I'm pretty sure it throws everything off. See, we managed to get in the 5.5s with it, but I think this car could use a little. I'm just gonna look at the bars on it, because this car might actually even benefit from shortening the bars on this. We're just going to try that. Let's just bring it in the test track. Seem to run about the same. I think it might be more in the gears than the bars, but it just seems to have that problem where it bounces in first and second, and it kind of throws off the whole pass. If you catch first right, sometimes it won't do that. But that seems like just the way these cars launch to get these times. So I don't know where that car is going to end up, but we were getting some good passes in the Chevelle. See if there's anybody out there. A lot of these cars I put blowers in too, just to try to avoid the Lambos, when some of them were actually, I was using turbo on. So that's going to affect them a little bit, but to avoid the Lambos, it's kind of worth it. But we can't avoid the Audis. We can't avoid the wagon though, because you can pro charge that. But I was hitting some mid 5.5s with this Chevelle. I don't know what happened to him. I didn't really get my shifts there, and I still got the high 5.5. Well, he's on ET Street too. Try this NA car. The box. See if we can time that first shift on this. It's because it's kind of a slow bounce shift, how this car ended up. Just barely got to 59. We got another guy with yellow bars. If we can hesitate a little bit more on that first, I think we'll be able to get a mid 5.5. Yeah, there we go. Even though we were lucky to get a 60. We'll race this guy again, even though he's got yellow bars. See if we can get a tree here. So I think this is gonna kind of boost this car up in the rankings. Yeah, see if you get that shift, it seems like this car will get that mid 5.5 for you. And it's got a really good 60 foot too. Anytime you can get that bounce shift and you can hit it at the right time, it's gonna do good for you. So this car might actually be better than. Looks like I picked up some lag there. Might even be because I was getting some low 5.5s with the Gremlin, but it just seems like it's been off for me. So So the next car we're going to try is this. I might have to restart the game though, because it seems like my game might be lagging a little bit. Yeah, my game is lagging. Let's go ahead and do that. I don't know what exactly that is, if it's because I'm streaming or something. This, yeah, it feels smoother. There are people out here that are just not racing what I am. We're just going to keep with the same. I guess we'll just put it on any, just so that we can try and get more races. We'll just have to live with the Lambos if they jump in. This car I rarely use, so a lot of these lower, I guess you'd call them tier 3 NA cars, I don't race them very often. The first gear on this one is a little bit quicker. I don't know what's going on with my trees. I was messing with the Chevelle, but I'm basically going through all of these 5.5 NA cars right now, kind of ranking them. So we were at number 13, and we're gonna, the 57 is gonna keep that unlucky 13 spot, and I think for right now the Chevelle is gonna take that 14 spot, and that's pretty much where it is unofficially. And these other ones I kind of have to mess around with a little bit. This car's got a quicker first gear, so I'm going to have to try and hit it. I hit it pretty early at the time. What kind of car was he in? What is that? Is that the box? Gotta get it in the light here. That's the box Nova, right? I'll race him again just because I want to see what his car is. Yeah, it's the box Nova, right? Because I was kind of suspicious about that for a second. So that doesn't seem like my... I guess this is a demon. I put the demon tag on it. I think that might have been what it was named at one time. But I can't seem to hit first gear. But his car is gonna walk away from us in this. But he's getting 143 RT and not hitting a 5.4. That kind of seems a little sketchy to me. So this car is going to be unranked right now, I think, for the time being. Yeah, my Chevelle run 55. I think that's about the best I've run in mine. So then the next car, I think we're going to get a couple of these other unranked NA cars. These cars I know I have a lot of trouble hitting 5.5s with. This I know will hit a high 5.5 for sure. But I'm kind of looking for something that will get into the mid 5.5 range. I'm going to take this out. No, I don't think this thing... Because that's kind of going to be like my tier 3 cars are going to be all those NA cars in the mid 5.5 range. What I call it. This one we can try. I didn't have much luck with that demon. My music's gone again. Let's see if there's something I missed. This car was one of the ones that was most recently buffed. That's kind of in that range. The Chevelle, the older Chevelle. And actually these, like this, and I don't know where my Mark IV is, but those are actually going to be, and probably end up as like in the tier 5 range. As the low 5.6 possible. Let's see if there's anything else. Like these here are going to be probably high 5.5 to 5.6. The Corvette. Here's a car I've kind of... Was this a 5.6 or did this hit a 5.5 for me? But I'm going to keep the NA cars together, and then I'm gonna do the remaining imports. The Vega. I forgot about the Vega. So we can try out really sure if the Vega is still going to be working. We got a boss here. I think the Vega was putting up decent numbers for me. No, how did that light go off so fast? What the heck was that? I don't know what happened to my game there. I gotta race that guy again. I may need to restart this whole thing. So we're gonna put the BRB up. Okay. Let's see if our game will work a little better for us. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just going to leave it on anything. Okay, we're going to see about a quick snack here, I think. Hey, it's just a snack. It's probably too late to be eating though, really. Yeah, so I'm in the middle of this car ranking that I'm doing tonight. Just for the heck of it. I can't really edit the video to put my actual rankings in, but I could possibly maybe make another like quick video with my rankings of all the cars. Just for the heck of it. I gotta get something to wipe my hands with though, because I've got some Chester fries and some leftover pizza, so I don't want to touch my keyboard. I like to keep all my gear nice and clean. Okay. All right. You're bored of this game? Yeah, well, why do you think I'm doing a car ranking system tonight? Trying to do something a little different. There's not a heck of a lot of people racing tonight. It's pretty dead, but it's it's a Saturday night in NA, so usually some people come on later in the evening. Kind of have a lot of stuff going on right now, so my weekends are pretty much, I'm not really going out and doing stuff on the weekends too much. Hey, Levi, what's a zaddy? Can you tell me what that is? So, yeah, actually, I can even make this even more. Is there actually a Microsoft Word anymore? Or some kind of something I could type on. Yeah, now your cars are slower again. Could that be because you screw around with them too much? Okay, let's pull up this. So this is our you can't change the I don't know if you guys can even see that. I can make that bigger. My official car ranking list. So I'm pretty much just going to put the Lambo as number one. Now, my tier 1 cars, because it's basically Lambo's in a class by itself, so that's just going to be that. And then, so we have the 2, the 3, and the 4. We decided we're going to be not necessarily in the order because people's cars do vary. I'm going to put it in the order that my cars seem to perform as far as the fastest time capable, and also depending on the consistency. I'm actually going to put the RS6 as number 2 because I think it's consistent 5.4s better than the others in this 2, 3, 4 slot, and more consistent overall, I think. And then I'm going to put the Nissan Z, and then the Z28 Camaro. And those are all going to be the tier 1, in the tier 1 slot. And then we had, let's move this up here. And I'm just going to call this tier 2 NA cars. which is going to be the 5, the 6, and the 7. I think I only just had 3 cars for that. And that's going to be, and I'm going to put these in order of like best chance at a 5-4 and consistently low 5-5s is going to be like the Superbird, Box Nova, and the Maverick. Now that may vary from person to person. I just want to look through here to make sure I'm not forgetting anything yet. Okay, then we're also going to put the Boss in that tier 2 NA car slot. And then from there, we're going to have the tier 2 imports, which were the 9 through 12. And that was, and I'm going to put the Evo, the Porsche, the Eclipse, and the R8 in there. And the R8 I put last because although it will 5-4 occasionally, it seems like it's more inconsistent trying to hit first gear, at least for me. I don't know about other people, but the other ones are all pretty consistent low 5-5, occasional 5-4, but they're not gonna all of a sudden, you know, out of nowhere be like, you know, above 5-5 or something like that. And they're more shiftable than the R8 for me, because for some reason my R8, the first gear is different a lot. Yeah, well, you need to fix your Superbird because I'm ranking it number 5. So and then we went to the tier 3 NA cars. And we already determined that the 57 was going to be number 13. And we don't really have a solid trying to see if I can keep this thing on the screen. Keep the game on the screen too. Okay, so that's where we were at. And that Tier 3 NA slot. And we're kind of going through these cars. For right now, I'm going to drop the Chevelle in the number 14 slot. I don't know. There's 9 minutes left on the leaderboard, so I'm not in the top rankings on any of these as far as a leaderboard. Plus, there are multiple leaderboards, so you know, you may be in a certain spot on one, but oh, am I not using NA? NA, right? I was referring to the North American cars. Is that not what we call NA cars, or is that something else in drag racer terms? That's oh, that's what they call no adder cars, right? So what should I call them? Domestic? Because it's not, it's only domestic for people in America, basically. I'm just going to call them that. Okay, so we didn't have much success with the Vega for some reason, even though I thought the Vega was better, but we're going to try this, I guess we'll call this the OG Chevelle, because I don't know exactly what year it is. It's probably like a 66 or a 67 or something like that. I know, because my friend used to have one of these. Or did he have a goat? Because the GTO of this year actually looked very similar to this. Yeah, so do I need to change my naming? Do I have to call it what, domestic? I guess I'll have to change it to domestic. Tier 3 domestic imports. I'm not going to bother with a supercar tier because they're not even, there's only one of them, or one or two of them that are even in the running, so I don't know what year that Chevelle is, so I'm just going to put the Chevelle right now in the second spot, and then we're going to try this but all these cars are probably just going to kind of be bunched together, these mid to high 5.5 cars. depending on your tune, probably. So, Oz, if you wanted to test out some of these cars with me, we could possibly, you know, get these rankings based on, you know, between your car and mine. We can kind of see where they're at. I don't remember how this car launches. Says the quick launch, the quick first gear. I'm thinking this car will 5.5, like 55, closer to 55. The guy had a horrible RT, but he is stupid fast. So, but we still got him. So if you want to put okay, well right now I've got this Chevelle. I've got the OG Chevelle. Hopefully nobody will steal the code. So if you want to jump in with any of the, like the 5.5 American cars, doesn't necessarily have to be this one. But if you have it, then, and then we'll see, you know, what you run and what I run. Hopefully my game will still work okay because I actually have an extra layer on top of my screen. Oh, hello, 554. Wasn't expecting that. I'm going to try turning off the screen here. Try and get this. Okay, so this car is definitely in the running for maybe the 14 or the 15 spot. So we're going to put this car in the 15 spot. Yeah, but I think this car is going to be a mid 5.5 car. But I'm pretty much at the bottom of the list for the American cars in the 5.5s. Yeah, I could see this car being the 66. Because like I said, I knew someone that had, I know one guy that had a goat. I wonder what the goat looks like from that year. Oz has got the big blower on his. Let's see if this car will put down another mid 5.5 pass. And so we'll see what Oz's car does. I missed that first gear, so. But he ran a 5.4, so. And after this, we'll try, I guess we'll go back to the other Chevelle. Because that might end up being this car might end up being a little better, but depending on your tune. He must have treed me on that one. 556 for both of us. My trees are horrible tonight for some reason. This delay is probably not good on this. So we'll give him 3 passes. Between 2 people in the same car, 3 passes, it's basically 6 test passes live. So you know, 2 different people with possibly 2 different tunes. '57s, so they seem like they're getting slower So we might have to take the 54. I'm going to check my delay on this. It's pretty low. It might just be a connection thing or something. Okay, so officially then we could try the other Chevelle first. This Chevelle. We'll try the other, the 60s Chevelle, 69 or 70 or whatever it is. We'll try a few in this. You have a working Chevelle, the other Chevelle, ready to go. This pizza didn't really get warm enough. I don't like cold pizza. Okay, I'm going to put up the other Chevelle. And we'll go for best out of 3. And between the two of us, we will kind of get an idea. I was hitting mid 5.5s in this, so oh, and you have a nitrous car, so then that's gonna give us a good idea of okay, I have to remember how to shift this thing. I wasn't ready for those shifts. Okay, so he got the 56. So we're going to throw out my pass on that one. So I have that long first gear in this that I have to time just right. That was a little closer. Got the 56, and you got the 54. So that gives us 55. You're getting the better 60 in yours than me. But I'm pretty sure if I could hit that first shift right, you've got the 34s and the nitrous. I've got the Pro Charger and the 33s. If I can hit first gear. Yeah, make sure you purge all that nitrous. practice first gear again. Now we're getting slower again. We'll try one more. See if I can hit first gear. Assuming I had a little practice in the car and I was used to shifting first gear. That's what I'm going to base it on. Yeah, I got first a lot better that time. The 56 and the 54. Basically 55. So those two cars are kind of neck and neck, pretty much. But they're not low 5.5 cars, unless I see a 53 a couple of times. They're not going to be 5.5 cars. So not going to be low 5.5. They're not going to beat the 57 Chevy on a regular basis, pretty much. So they're going to be, I think, pretty much in those slots, unless we can find something that's going to beat those two. It has to beat them, not just, be able to run a 5.5 or a 5.4. It's going to have to be able to run a 5.3. Which Chevelle you want to race? Pick a Chevelle. And so the Vega is kind of, I have no idea. And the Gremlin, for some reason, I thought my Gremlin was running mid 5.5s or even better, but now it doesn't seem to want to do it. Yeah, if you want to put up the cold gray Gulfs, we can do a couple of passes, but then I want to kind of move on with this ranking system I'm doing. So I can kind of get through these cars and then maybe do some actual races. And that it's kind of hard to get a gauge on what these cars are actually running for everyone, because no one uses them. So I'll get a couple more practice passes in this. So that looked like a Pro Charger on that. Okay, the Oz's BRB, for anyone who needs to know. You got that big scoop on there. Felt like I hit my shifts pretty good there. I was hoping that was going to be a 5.5 or better, but it just wasn't. Just not quite there. Maybe I should go with the nitrous. but then it wouldn't hit as hard. It would even be a slower lope in first gear, I think. Although maybe it not hitting as hard, it wouldn't, it's kind of like it could go either way, I guess. So I think we're gonna leave that, and now we're gonna try, I guess we'll try the Impala. And I did put the blower on it when I was running. I may have been running the turbo, but I put the blower on it to try to avoid getting Lambos. I'm just going to run this through the test pass really quick. I may have even changed the bars on this thing too. I missed that first gear. This might be better with the turbo on it. I just want to try it with the turbo because I think I had the turbo on it before. Just want to look at my bars. They're out there pretty far. Let's put a hood on this thing. Okay, and then we'll see if Oz comes back and we can run some passes in the Impala. I don't remember if this was one of my quick tunes. One of my 5-minute quick tunes. Or if I put any time into it. While we're waiting, I'm gonna just put down a pass in this. These cars are definitely not going to be low 5.5 cars. Okay, I need to hit that first gear, and I can probably, this car might be a little better. That was even worse. So we'll leave that one up for testing, I guess. We haven't tried the T-Bird, but my T-Bird is pretty much a high 5.5. This thing, I don't really think it's going to be up there. I don't think either of these is going to be up there. This car is going to be, might be a mid 5.5, but I'm going to put this in with the next tier of imports. But really, this could probably sneak in with, might be able to sneak in with this tier. But I could just put it with the Mark IV and the Datsun. See, 557, this could actually be up here with these. So we have that to test. We have this to test. This we're not going to take out right now. The Vega, I want to see. So I had the Pro Charger in this, but I wonder if I change this up to a Pro Charger from the Turbo. So we need this, and we need, we can maybe, this is a Pro Charger, but I may have changed that. And it might have thrown it off. Let's see. The Vega's a turbo, so that's what I had in it, was a turbo. Because I wouldn't have changed it from a blower. See, I never had exhaust on this, so I don't think I ever had a turbo in this. See that double, that launch like that is just going to wreck it. This thing has 35. The Vega, we're going to try the blower on. So we're going to try the turbo. So I know I had those pipes coming out of the front before, like it was a turbo. Okay, we're closing in on 4 hours here. Let's see if I can remember the launch on this. This car just doesn't seem to have it. Let's see if I'm missing anything. I'm going to put the Pro Charger back on this. It's got the torque arm, the 34s. I think I need bars on this Vega. Now I need bars because it has the blower. The blower. It's getting too much. Let me see. This car had bars on it, I think. Let's see. The front suspension is stiff. Hmm. Hmm. This car's it's trying to do the bounce launch, but it's not quite there. It's kind of in between. All right, I think we're gonna put that on the back burner for now. T-Bird. You got one of what? T-Bird? So we need a car for the number 16 slot. My T-Bird doesn't really do better than 57. This car might do better than 57. This card might. This car might. The brick. What's the brick? Is this the brick? That's more like a slab than a brick, isn't it? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the Impala? All right, let's try the T-Bird. I was trying to get the you don't have T-Bird? Well, just bring that car then. Bring the Impala. And then we'll see what yours runs, and then next one I'll do my Impala, and you can do something else if you don't have a T-Bird. Just bring something. And we both have 35. pretty much looking for something that's going to run a mid 5.5. No, that's why did my car run a mid 5.5? It's not supposed to. Did I don't think I changed the adder on it. That was probably like a once in a lifetime. And this one of my shifts. 57, you ran a 55. It's got the 60 foot. Let's see if I can hit my shift. And we might just drop this car in next. If I hit first gear on this, I think I can hit a mid 5 in this. We're both red. We're neck and neck. We both read the same. Duplicate ETs. I think that was kind of a lag race. We'll try one more. Yeah, that was like a lag race. Because our numbers are almost identical down the track. If we can get under 57 on this, I'd say this car's a winner. I missed the first gear. 57. We'll take your 55 and run with it. Because I think mine will 55. So we're going to put the T-Bird. Okay, there's only one T-Bird, right? The T-Bird made the cut. Then the next, we can try the Impala. The problem is also, though, the connection between when we race. Kind of makes for some Okay. Somebody got the code. Actually, I'm going to change my view here. I guess he's going to sit up there with his car revved. $57. Check my delay. Seems right. What's going on, Gramps? I'm going to put up another code. My car is pretty much stuck on 57, I think. You must be on Street Tree. I didn't get a good pass there. Yeah, my car just won't go below 57. It's getting worse. Okay. So I think we're just going to leave that car there. Because you were hitting 55s. So you got 34s. Okay. You got one of these? Yeah, I haven't tuned really much at all on any of these cars. The Impala, the T-Bird. After I set them up, pretty much that first day, I haven't really done anything with them. Okay, see if your car's faster than mine again. And this car, for me, this car used to run low 5.5s. And definitely under like 55 sometimes. But I haven't touched this car since then. Okay. So we got a 55 in this. I don't think it'll do better than that. Will your car run a mid-5? Now it runs a 60. I don't think I got the shifts on that one. We'll give it one more chance. Yeah, neither have I. I was just kind of doing this just to do something different. Just to kind of see where they are all at, where they're all at. I missed all my shifts on that one. Let's try that one more time. Okay, my shifts were pretty good on that one. But I wasn't able to hit that 55 again. But I think the car will. Unless I can find something that's automatic 50 running 555. So do you have this? I think this is like a 69 Camaro. Are you on the stream, Grabs? I was expecting better out of this. I thought I ran better in this. This us racing each other may not be a good testing ground for these. My cars don't seem to be running right when I'm giving you codes. Seems like my cars run better when you give me codes. It could be the stream though. I could have swore I ran a mid 5.5 in this thing. But it's only going 248. So well, you're getting like mid 5.5s out of some of yours. I'm not getting as many as it doesn't seem like it, but it seems like I just ran a 5.5, mid 5.5 in this. But I think these are all just gonna be my Gremlin. I was running mid 5.5 and now it's only running high 5.5. But I'm kind of losing interest because I know all these cars, they're not going to really do any better than around mid 5.5. So maybe I'll just take up my regular fleet. Yeah, I'm probably gonna need to wrap up this stream pretty soon though. So it looks like we've got our rankings though. We got this is the obvious number one, and then we've got between this, and this is going to be 2, 3, and 4, and then this is going to be number 5, 6, and 7 between that. And the box and the Maverick. And then what was next? The boss. I closed my thing. And then the Evo. The Porsche. The Eclipse. The R8. And then the Skyline are the imports, like the tier 2 imports. And then the tier 3 American cars is pretty much going to be starting off with the, well no, then you have the boss, and then the 57 are also going to be up there. I don't know if they'll, if you, yeah, those are definitely tier, maybe those should be like tier 1. With the low 5.5. And then you have all the basically tier 3 cars, 5.5 and slower. The T-Bird, the Impala, Supra, this, that, this. This is probably like a tier 4. I don't know if this will run 5.5. It might. Mine doesn't really. This. And then these are going to be like tier 4s, like the Fox body, the Elko, this thing, maybe this, and everything else is pretty much then the Datsun Mark IV. Those are going to be like tier 3 imports. Then these other supercars are pretty much out of the running. The Murder Nova you can throw in with the tier 3 American cars. Yeah, no, the Evo, if you have the right setup, the thing will low 5.5. At least it will for me. It may not for you. You know, but we seem to have certain cars that are better for us. You know, like a car that's better for me is not better for you. So, and you have cars that are better for you, they're not better for me. So, that's just gonna be. Yeah, so I think we're just gonna do some test runs here. Just do quick test runs. I think we're gonna wrap it for today because we had quite a long stream today. Going through those cars. We'll see if anybody's still on. It's only 4:21. Oh, this car. Yep, we're taking out the freaks. I wouldn't really consider this car a freak. Except for the way they launch. That to me is freakish. See if there's anyone left out here. Got the Nissan Z with bars. That's not going to go well. Got the 49. there's anybody left out here. Yeah, my cars don't seem that fast right now. I think it's probably because there's no one in the game. We'll try one more in this, and then we'll try to make a freak pass in the Lambo to wrap it up. Speaking of freak cars, that guy's doing some serious lagging over there too. My car's probably not going to run right. I should have let him stage first. Impeded stages. There we go. We got a 47. Yeah, I knew he was going to have a yellow or red bars. All right, man. Have a good dinner. I'm going to be wrapping it here. Just going to try this, see if this Lambo is working. If we get a pass, that's going to be it. So we had a long stream today. Getting tired. We got another Lambo. I think I'm going to change the view. For luck. I think the leaderboard reset, so I had a couple early shifts there. Well, that was easy. You know that car's always going to work. He's the only guy out here, so I pretty much have to race him. We should have wrapped it right on that pass. He doesn't want to race. this will be last pass. Definitely last pass. Unless something weird happens. Okay, every time I see that car, I think it's a Lambo, because it does look similar. Oh, this car is lagging bad. You can tell when the smoke goes down the track. My car didn't run right at all. Just gonna run it in house. All right, this is gonna be it. My first gear was early. We're going to make our thumbnail. See if I can get that tree in there. That might be kind of cool. All right. I'll catch you guys next time.